dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Bailey. Just for information for the folks that are sitting in the stands, we are starting with our breeding sheep show that'll get underway here in about 2 to 3 minutes. Then we will follow it up with the market lamb show. And at 11:30, they will be doing market goats in the other ring. But we will be starting here momentarily with our Southdown breeding ewes. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Five Points Bank Arena and the Nebraska Farm Bureau Show Ring as we kick it off with our FFA Breeding Sheep Show here at the Nebraska State Fair. We're excited to have Maddie Haynes joining us once again. Originally from Jay, Oklahoma, she grew up showing sheep, goats, and hogs. Maddie attended both A&M College in Miami, Oklahoma, and a member of the livestock judging teams there. Following that, she graduated from Oklahoma State University with dual degrees in animal science and agribusiness and was a member of the 2021 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Also named an All-American in both junior and senior college livestock judging. Currently works as an agricultural instructor and livestock judging team coach at Northeastern Oklahoma and A&M College, it is, while pursuing a master's in animal science from the University of Arkansas. So we welcome Maddie back to the show ring as our judge today in the ring. You can see in our breeding show, we are underway with the Southdown ewe lambs.
Well, good morning. Excited to be back. Nitpicky on her from the side, but I still think that's a proportional kind of sheep that gives you a better look. She's especially better there about the base of her chest and the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. My compliments to you. Not to discredit the young man's ewe that's going to be second. I think that one's pretty good in terms of her center body. Really, the difference is she's deeper there about the base of her chest. The looser-hided ewe maybe just doesn't have just the freshness and bulk that we find in the class winner. She narrows up from behind, but a nice kind of a sheep that's pretty moderate and got some dimension. My compliments to him as well. Let's give him a round of applause as they exit.
And congratulations as we look at our Southdown ewe lamb class. Blue ribbon winner will go to Spencer Gisbera from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA, and purple and division champion goes to Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA. Entering the ring now will be a single entry. This will be our yearling class. Will be a single entry in our yearling Southdown ewes. So we have changed. Spencer will receive a purple in that last class and will be your division reserve.
A dimensional kind of single entry that this young lady brings us, and one I think from her shoulder back you can find some value in. Pretty good just in terms of her body shape, and she spans with a lot of dimension. If you're going to tweak her, we need to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and change just her shoulder and front end assembly, but definitely a single entry that could withstand some competition. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Arabelle Rothsmeyer from the Shelton FFA. All right, we'll bring back our purples division winners from both the lambs and the yearling to compete for your overall.
We get those two Southdown ewe lambs back out here for champion, and I think there's probably one that sticks out like a sore thumb just in terms of proportions from the side, especially about her front end. She's better just in terms of her skeleton when you set her into motion, and that's what's so advantageous of her look from the side. Young lady out of that ewe lamb class will have your champion. Maybe it gets a little closer for reserve, in my opinion, and really differing kinds of sheep that are definitely in different phases of their life. I think there's one still, even though maybe she forfeits some just with regards to power. There is one that I'm more comfortable with from a skeleton standpoint. She's better in the way her spine lays in her and just more comfortable in motion. The second place ewe lamb will be your reserve.
Congratulations to Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA will win your Southdown U overall division. Reserve goes to Spencer Chisbera from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA. We have a single entry coming in for our Southdown Ram.
Only one, a Southdown Ram, but I think the young lady brings us a really tall-fronted and just an extended kind of a sheep. He can give you a nice look from the side. If anything, we need to make him bigger just right there behind his shoulder, bolden him in terms of his forerib, and maybe stouten him up just in terms of his hip and change his hind leg structure. But a tall-fronted kind of a sheep that's got some extension and gives you a nice look from the side. Congratulations to you.
And congratulations to Brindley McNeil from the Blue Hill FFA will be your purple ribbon winner, division grand champion, and overall grand representing the Southdown Ram division. As we continue on with our show this morning, we are now going to be moving on to our Dorsets, please. Registered Dorsets. These will be lambs that are born after September 30th of 22.
We up the ante just a bit in terms of number here in this Dorset U class, and I'm going to go ahead and lead off with the young ladies U to my right. I'll be up front with you. I need to change this one, especially in terms of her hip and hind leg. I wish she was a little bigger footed, and I wish we could change her hide. But you get past that and compare it to her contemporaries out here, and I am convinced that she's the most proportional one. That sheep has still got plenty enough muscle for me, and to me, just in my mind, kind of was the most complete one. She was excited about her class win and wanted to go ahead next hit the ring. Young lady that's going to stand second, taller fronted, bigger footed kind of a sheep. At the same time, she's deeper there about the base of her chest in motion. She wants to roll her right hock just a little bit, need to change just her hip and maybe extend her if anything. But a nice kind of sheep that definitely complements probably some flaws that we find in our class winner. Congratulations to you. Powerful kind of a speckled face you that's going to be third, really wide chested, super round in terms of her body shape and super big hipped. At the same time, kind of works to her detriment, honestly. Sheep's got to be changed up front. She's a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder and her hind legs a little rigid as well, but a nice, powerful kind of ewe lamb to be third. Fourth and fifth ewes are really similar, if we're being honest, really elevated kinds of sheep that are pretty good in terms of their forerib. Structurally, maybe we need to alter them, kind of more tentative in their rear step and shorter stepping at that. Both of them get a little shallower back into her flank. Young ladies ewe that rounds out the class kind of ran into a tough race and just forfeit so much in terms of size and performance. A nice class. Congratulations to those young people.
We'll have 2 entries in our Dorset Ram class. Here's your results of your Dorset Ewes. Blue ribbon winners include Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA, Emma Heller from the Wisner Pilger FFA, James Grodelushin from the Lee FFA, and Bailey Hall from the McCool Junction FFA. Second purple goes to Arabella Rossmeyer of the Shelton FFA and Division Reserve Champion. Your Purple 1 and Division Grand Champion is Emma Hall from McCool Junction FFA. Again, entering the ring now will be your Dorset Rams. They got the Emmas mixed up on the floor. It is Emma Heller that will be your first purple and Division Grand.
Coincidentally, going to leave these Rams in the order that they entered the ring and lead off with the young lady's sheep to my right. I think just the more powerful and considerably stouter Ram, one that's good just in terms of a progression from chest to flank compared to the sheep that's going to be second. He's more relaxed in his spine and just comfortable in motion, just power and comfortability. Really what makes me land on him pretty quickly. Young lady's sheep's going to be second. Extended, tall-fronted kind of sheep, just a little bit more fragile and frailer everywhere you study him. Need to change him in terms of his body shape and spine. Nice pair. Congratulations to both those girls.
So in the Dorset Ram class, your second purple and Division Reserve will go to Bailey Hall, the McCool Junction. Congratulations to Arabella Rossmeyer of the Shelton FFA with your first purple and Division Grand Champion. Bringing in now your flock, please. This will be a single entry in the flock.
young lady there in the center actually brings us this flock of sheep. She recruited some showmen to help her in a flock that I think definitely has some advantages in terms of just power and mass, as we discussed each of them individually in their respective classes. I like when we show flocks, it kind of showcases all facets of the industry. Let's go ahead and give her a round of applause as they exit.
And congratulations to Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA with your first purple division grand and overall grand when it comes to flock in the Dorset program. We're moving on now to breeds. This will be next in the ring will be your Hampshires. These are Hampshire lambs entering the ring. These are lambs born after the 30th of September of 22.
fun class to work through here, and I think a pair of ewes that surface and do so pretty quickly. Amongst the pair in front of me, I do think the young lady's ewe to the right needs to win and win so fairly quickly. That one is just so good looking from the side, really elevated there about her chest, and compared to the ewe that's going to be second, she's better in terms of her lower body balance and the way she progresses from her sternum back there into her flank. Still a powerful kind of a sheep that's good in motion. I like her quite a bit. Congratulations to you. I think in terms of power and just foot size and bulk and mass, the young lady's ewe that's going to be second rivals our class winner in that regard. The difference is just the build to her shoulder. She's a bit more open there at the base of it. She's not as deep back into her flank, and that kind of takes away from her look from the side in terms of a lower body balance perspective. But that sheep is level, and she's got a lot of just dimension. A nice sheep to go ahead and be second. 3 and 4, kind of close in my opinion, and the difference is when you get them stuck, I do think the young lady's ewe that's going to be third is the more youthful one. She's better in the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, and especially there at the base of her chest, just doesn't have just the extra bells and whistles that we find in those in our class winner in second place, but a nice sheep to go ahead and stand third. Really a dynamic kind of a sheep in 4, wide-chested, super good in terms of her forerib and just roundness of body. She's got a ton of lower leg and stifle. Difference is she's a little shorter hipped and wants to roll her hock just a bit. Need to change that one's look from the side. Kind of same story for the sheep coming next. Really a powerful kind of one. Shorter necked and too low fronted for me. Sheep on down the line I think all have some value. Just need to give them a shot more muscle. Really nice class to work through. Congratulations to these young people.
We're ready to bring in our yearlings in our Hampshire ewes. Yearlings will be next. Here's your results of your lamb class. Red ribbon winners will include Joy Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA, Trent Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA, Bailey Hall from McCool Junction FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA, Ellie Janning from the Fillmore Central FFA, Addison Fouch from the EMF FFA. Second purple and division reserve is Terrence Sudik from the Bishop Newman FFA. And congratulations to Kelsey McCaffrey from the Crete FFA. First purple and division grand champion. What you're watching in the ring now are our yearling ewes.
Really four interesting kind of sheep to evaluate here. One thing I know for certain, though, is the young lady here out in front of me needs to win pretty quickly. I think just in terms of look from the side and coupling it with the right kind of dimension and body shape, she does that, and I start her quick. Congratulations to you. From there is where I think it gets interesting because we got three different kinds of sheep. I guess the next one that I am the most comfortable with is the young man's. I think just in terms of having some freshness, she's considerably trimmer than the ewe that's going to be third. She is the taller fronted one. She's not the stoutest one out here. I'm okay with that. Just kind of some combination things that I am more comfortable with her. A young lady, or young man, excuse me, young man's ewe that's going to be third, a wide-chested one, really opened up and pretty big hipped. At the same time, she's a little shorter necked, a little lower fronted, and carrying some extra condition. Young man's ewe that rounds out the class, one that you like, just her youthfulness and freshness. She's got a cyst kind of thing there on her lower leg, and maybe just need to change her structurally, but a nice sheep that I think has some value. Congratulations to these young people.
And congratulations out of that yearling class. Red ribbon winners will include James Grotlution from the Lee FFA. Blue ribbon winners are to Trent Hoffmanitis of the Freeman FFA and Joy Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. Your first purple and division grand went to Lauren Richards of the Shickley FFA, making our selection of our overall Hampshire ewe.
Two good classes of Hampshires, and I thought we started off really competitive, especially on the top end of that ULAM class. I think we get that pair of sheep back out here, and they're still the ones that just put the most extra together in my mind with some more look and just feature. You name it, I think they have more of it. I see no reason to split them up. The pair of ULAMs will be your champion in reserve.
And congratulations, your overall grand exhibited by Kelsey McCaffrey from the Creed FFA, and your reserve will be Terrence Sudik from the Bishop Newman FFA. Moving on now to our Hampshire Rams, please.
This pair of sheep probably has more similarities than differences. I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's sheep to my right. I think between the two, he is just a notch wider, specifically out of his hip. Probably better just in terms of his body shape as well. Maybe we want to change his hip and hind leg and just his dock. But I think the front 2/3 of that sheep probably has the advantage. Congratulations to you. Probably just height the shoulder elevation and maybe some length rest in favor of the ram. That's going to be second. At the same time, just a little narrower, need to change his spine, and his hind leg needs tweaked as well. But a good pair of sheep. My compliments to both those young men.
And congratulations, your division grand for the Lambs goes to Trent Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA with a purple ribbon, and your second purple and division reserve is to Joey Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. There'll be a single entry coming in for the yearling Rams. Single entry for yearlings, and we'll pick our overall Ram division for the Hamps.
A fairly rugged and masculine kind of ram that this young man brings us, and one that I think can give you a relatively balanced look from the side. Maybe not the stoutest thing in the world, but I'd still think one that's got some value. A nice single entry for you, buddy.
And congratulations to Joey Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. We'll bring in our first and second purples from both the Lamb class and the yearlings first selection of your overall Hampshire Ram.
It's a different.
And congratulations, your overall grand champion for the Hampshire Rams comes out of the yearling class with Joey Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. And your reserve champion overall will come out of the Lamb class. And that was exhibited by Trent Hoffmanitis of the Freeman FFA. We have a single entry for flock, please. Single entry for
only one flock. I think the young man here to my right's the owner of this flock, if I'm not mistaken. I asked him if he raised sheep. He said yes, and I said, well, do you like raising sheep? And he said, well, it's something. And that's a good way to describe it. It is kind of something, just in production ag. But I think you have a nice trio here, buddy. It's definitely going to do a nice job for you when you get them back home. Let's give them all a round of applause as they exit.
And congratulations in the flock for the Hampshires to Trent Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. As we move on, this is our last class of registered. These are all other registered breeds. We'll start out with the lambs.
Things kind of run the gamut in terms of breeds in here. We got all different shapes and sizes and colors, and that's okay. I think there's a trio of sheep that need to sort up. I land on the young man's view pretty quickly. I think in terms of just combining a nice look from the side with a kind of power and dimension that I like, she does that. I think you can get critical on her maybe just a bit in some areas, but in terms of just being a good-looking kind of a sheep that's really good in terms of her body shape, she's better about the base of her chest than the sheep that's going to be second specifically. A nice shoe to go ahead and win. 2 and 3 get really close, in my opinion. Different kinds of sheep, and I'll just be up front with you. If this little blue ewe here that's going to be third had any more muscle, she'd definitely be second because that one is beautiful from the side. But the reality of it is that the young lady out in front does bring us a considerably stouter sheep that's better in the shape of her forerib. She's just rounder and bolder in her body type. That's why she spans with so much more dimension. I call her good looking enough, even though I'd like to clean her up there at the base of her chest and maybe give her a shot longer neck. I still think that that's plenty of good sheep from the side especially. Congratulations to you. Really love this one from the side. She's picture perfect in the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Love her chest. She's dead level and so good looking, but she's a little flatter there about her forerib, and I just need to give her just a shot more, but really an intriguing one that I love from the side. Opposite end of the spectrum is the sheep coming in next. Really wide-chested, super big hipped, and ultra-round bodied. At the same time, she's a little shorter necked, a little deeper chested. She too is shorter hipped and a little rigid in how she uses her hind leg consequently. Sheep on down the line, I think, all have their strengths, especially to their own respective breed. Just kind of ran into a tough race in terms of just mass and look in those sheep ahead. Let's give all these kiddos a round of applause as they exit.
As we move on to our all other registered breeds single entry that you see now in the lamb class, here's your results quickly of your ewe lamb class. Blue ribbon winners include Lenny Schwarzenduber from the Shickley FFA, Lenny Schwarzenduber from the Shickley FFA, Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA, Tavera Vieras from the Thayer Central FFA, Kelly Patso from the Newman Grove FFA. Your second purple and division and overall reserve is to Mallory Tuma of the Loop City FFA, and your first purple division grand and overall grand for the other breed ewes is Kale Dizzy from the Westholt FFA.
Nice single entry that this young lady brings us, and one that I think is pretty good in terms of his body shape. He's got some dimension and definitely a moderate one that makes a nice project for her. Let's put our hands together for her as she exits.
Next up will be Flock, please. The Flock. Here's your result of your all breeds lamb class. Your division grand and overall grand for the Rams is to Lindley Schwarzenduber from the Shickley FFA.
nice little flock for the young lady here to the left. I couldn't help but ask why she chose this breed of sheep. It's not the most common, and she said, well, little kids like them, and that's my way of getting them to show sheep, and so definitely appreciate that from that standpoint. And I think the flock that she has, really a dimensional, big-hipped kind of sheep that are pretty moderate and make a nice project for her as she pursues that. Congratulations to you. Let's give all three of them a round of applause.
And congratulations, Lindy Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA with your Purple 1 Division Grand and overall Grand for the flocks. We're going to move on now to our commercial breeding U divisions. Starting out with Lamb Class A. Lamb Class A, please.
Nice way to begin our commercials this morning, and I think a pair of sheep that sort up. They do so for very different reasons, though. I land on the young man's just in terms of her body shape. She's better in terms of her forerib and especially her midrib. I think that's why probably in motion she stays a bit more collected. She uses her hind leg just more comfortably and definitely in a more coordinated fashion than the sheep that's going to be second. Is she as tall at the point of her shoulder and probably long-necked? No, but that sheep's still proportional and everything fits. Congratulations to you. From the side, when you get them stuck, I really like the young lady's ewe that's going to be second, really an elevated one, super upstanding and tall fronted at the same time. She gets a little flatter there at the base of her rib. That's why she doesn't just have as much bulk and mass over her rack. Need to change the way she uses her hind leg, especially in motion. Gets a bit uncoordinated for me, but a nice sheep that gives you a nice look when you get them propped up. Little ewe that's going to be third is just that, just a little ewe that I think does a lot of things right. Super big footed, really level, especially out of her hip, and she's got a lot of just dimension. At the same time, I'm not as comfortable with that sheep's maturity pattern, just a little too small and early maturing for me, but I do think she's got some value. That's where I think the sheep coming in next probably complements those falls, definitely a later maturing kind of sheep. At the same time, she gets a little off there in terms of her rack and just forfeits some in terms of power compared to those sheep ahead. Pair of sheep coming in next, really similar, wide-chested, pretty good in terms of their body shape. Just hit you a notch plainer from the side and need to fix them structurally. Kind of same story for the pair of sheep that round out the class. Need to give them a shot more muscle. Nice class of sheep as we begin the commercials. My hat's off to all these young people.
Here comes our second class of commercial breeding ewe lambs. Your results from Class A. Red ribbon winners, Jada Sperling from the Shickley FFA. Brinley McNeil from the Blue Hill FFA. Blue ribbon winners will be Sydney Skolsky from the Burwell FFA. Taylor Lautenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA. Kenzie Ward from the Central City FFA. And Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. Your second purple goes to Taylor Tetchen from the Thayer Central FFA, and first purple is to Taylor Lautenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA. Again, Class B is now in the ring.
probably the most competitive class we've seen so far today, and I think an ultra competitive pair of them that sort of from the moment they enter the ring. I think there's minuscule differences between them, and ultimately that's what sorts them. I go ahead and land on the young man's to win. I think if you just compare the two, that sheep's broader chested. She's better in terms of her forerib and set them into motion, and that sheep remains more collected. She's more coordinated in how she uses her hind leg and still gives you a really nice look from the side. Congratulations to you. Not to discredit the young lady's you that's going to be second, because I think that one's mid-rib back is awfully good. She's really progressive back into her flank, and I like just how level she is out to her hip. I think if you study them, though, she's the narrower chested one. That kind of correlates to how she's a nickel flatter about her forerib and specifically the base of her rib. And then in motion, she doesn't use her hind leg just as attractively, but a nice sheep, especially when you get them stuck. An awfully nice pair. Young man sheep that's going to be third. Kind of like our class winner just in terms of with the chest, super opened up underneath and really big hipped. She's not as progressive back into her flank. She needs to be dropped there, and if anything, that's what takes away from her look from the side. Couple that with the fact she's a nickel rib too long. She wants to break in her loin just ever so slightly. Sheep coming in next that maybe has been wool plucked a bit is one that when the young lady gets in her, I think she can give you a nice look. She runs uphill, her neck attachment's high. She gets off in her loin just a bit, maybe just doesn't have the extra bulk and feature that we find in the trio ahead. I like the sheep coming in next, one that really runs uphill, similar to the sheep directly ahead of her. She's just a little plainer looking from the side. Need to tweak her in terms of her loin and freshen her up in terms of her hide, but a nice elevated and extended kind of sheep there. Pair of sheep coming in next, really similar in terms of kind, super wide chested, ultra good in terms of their body shape and big hipped. Hit you a notch plainer and need to be tweaked structurally. Sheep on down the line, I think just the more elevated and extended ones that need a shot more muscle, but a nice class that was fun to work through. Congratulations to those young people.
We're set to bring in Class C now of our commercial breeding ewe lambs. Here's the results of Class B. Red ribbon winners include Morgan Boniface from the Aurora FFA, Jessica Campen from the Bayard FFA, and Mackenzie Petzmeyer from the Diller Odell FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Elena Fangmeyer from the Thayer Central FFA, Preston Bobenmeyer from the McCook FFA, Kenzie West Central City FFA, Claire Ram from the Stewart FFA, Elena Fangmeyer from the Thayer FFA. Purple 2 is to Kissney Crow from the Centennial FFA, and your first purple out of Class B. Congratulations to Taylor Lotenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA. Again, in the ring now is Class C.
Nice class, and the young man brings us an ICU to go ahead and win. I think, if anything, the sheep's a bit lazy and she doesn't necessarily want to drive uphill. And so from time to time, you catch a look of her sucking back, if you will. But still, yet, that's a really wide chested sheep that's good in terms of her body shape compared to the sheep that's going to be second. I think she's better and smoother there in the build of her shoulder. And then in motion, probably uses her hind leg a notch better. Not the freshest thing in the world, but a big rack, big loin, powerful kind of ewe to go ahead and win. When you get them stuck, the ewe that's going to be second can give you a pretty good look. Young lady does a nice job. That sheep runs uphill. She's got some courser, specifically in her forerib and her loin. Next, really dynamic in her progression of width, wide-chested, super rich. Sheep extended, large-statured kind of.
We're ready to bring in class results of Class C. Red ribbon winners will Kirchhoff from EMF FFA and Kyson Kirchhoff from EMF FFA. Your blue ribbon winners, Katie Groth from the West Point FFA, Elizabeth Skabinski from the Ord FFA. Purple ribbon winners, Spencer Wolochowski from the SEM FFA. Second purple goes to Mateo Roberts from the Maywood FFA. And first purple out of Class C, congratulations to Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA. In the ring now is our commercial breeding ewe lamb Class D.
really differing kinds of sheep that I think sort up in this class pretty quickly. The young lady's ewe that I land on, compared to the sheep that's going to be second, and not only is she just the longer and leveler one, especially in terms of her spine and out of her dock, but she's better in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. That sheep's really wide-chested and she's big in terms of her rack. If anything, I'd like to see her a notch bigger pinned and just leave you with more dimension, but I still think she's got plenty enough for me when she comes in just a better looking and probably more flexible package. Congratulations to you. I really like just the body shape and dimension that you find in the young man's ewe. I think that one's full rib and mid rib is spot on. She wants to pinch just a little bit in her loin. I think that's because she's a little shorter hip. She creeps up there in her dock as well, and all of that kind of becomes more apparent when the sheep circle. She's a notch straighter in her hock, and just her rear skeleton is kind of where she ran into trouble for me. And I think that one's a level one that's super good in her body shape. You do a nice job, young man. Really a wide-chested, round-bodied, big-hipped kind of ewe that's going to stand third. Her neck comes out a little lower out of the top side of her shoulder, and she gives you a notch plainer look consequently. Really like just the handle of the blue ewe coming in next. Super fresh. Really good just in terms of her rack and how square she is about her loin edge. She's a notch too long. She breaks in her loin. She's got some extra set to her hock, but front 2/3 of that sheep are awfully good. Sheep on down the line, I think all have some value. Some just need a shot more look and muscle in some areas. A nice class and especially good top pair. My compliments to all these kids.
We're ready to bring in Class E into the ring. Here's your results of Class D. Red ribbon winners will include Heston Swisher from the Anselmo Myrna FFA, Allie Smith from the Sargent FFA, Taylor Shaw from the Anselmo Myrna FFA, Paige Walhowski from the Overton FFA, and Colt Laker from the Deschler FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Brock Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA, Kaylee Gach from the Loop City FFA. Second purple is the Keaton Kirshner from the Sutherland FFA. And first purple, congratulations out of Class D, Lexi McCaffrey from the Crete FFA. To the young children that are hanging from the fences, please get down for your safety. Kids, we can't be hanging from there. You'll fall and get hurt.
Tons of differences amongst this trio of sheep that sort up, and the one that I am just the most comfortable with is the young man here directly in front of me. I'll be the first to tell you, I wish this sheep's lower body balance was different. I wish she was deeper back into her flank. I think that would make her even more captivating from the side, but you study her everywhere else, and I am convinced that she's the best just in terms of her front end assembly. Sheep's really good handling, really fresh, and in motion she's squarer and just more secure in how she uses her hind leg compared to the sheep that's going to be second. I think that's a nice one. Congratulations to you. Love just the boldness and spread that you find in the sheep coming in next. Super good in her forerib and really round just in terms of her body shape. If anything, that sheep's starting to show just her age a bit more, especially about her chest. She wants to deviate ever so slightly in her loin and kind of round out of her dock, if you will. Really, my biggest issue with her is she wants to roll her hock just a bit in motion, just get a little quicker and kind of shorter stepping, but a nice sheep that I think in terms of dimension and bulk does a lot of things right. Sheep coming in next is deceiving because from the side, she's a good looking one that I think has just some elevation from the side, if you will. I expected her to be stouter when you get around behind her, but she's deceivingly just a little flatter there about the base of her rib, just narrower all the way throughout, specifically out of her hip. If we could stouten her up, it'd be different because I think that's a big-footed one that's got a cool look. Blue Ewe coming in next is really dark. I like the darker the natural, the better, in my opinion. I think she does that. Really fresh, really good touching one. I need to change her out of her dock and just the way she tapers and fix her hind leg. Sheep on down the line, I think all had some value. Just hit me a notch plainer look in and need to give those on down the line even farther, just a shot more muscle. Nice class.
And we are set to bring in our final class of commercial breeding ewe lambs. After this class, we'll make the selection of your Overall, ULAM, here are your results coming out of Class E. Red ribbon winners include Liam Paper from the Pender FFA. Blue ribbon winners, Eli Janney from the Fillmore Central FFA. Micaiah De La Cruz from the Lakeview FFA. Aubrey Siffring from the Shelby Rising City FFA. Haley Dowding from the Palmyra FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Kyle Riak from the Wisner Pilger FFA. Second purple goes to Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA. And purple 1 coming out of Class E is Brock Markson from the Clarkson FFA.
Interesting class that we have here, and the young lady that I land on here to my right, I think just brings us a ewe that combines the best things. In my opinion, it's harder to pick a hole in compared to the ewe in second. I'll be the first to tell you, I think this ewe's a nickel soft. But still yet, she's so much smoother just in the way she's assembled, specifically about her loin, that she's genuinely better heighted. That's probably one of my biggest things with you that's going to be second. She gives you just a more captivating look from the side, and the way she's assembled up front specifically out of the top side of her neck. In motion, I do think she's just a notch more comfortable. She stays more collected as well. Congratulations to you. I think just in terms of body shape and being big hipped and having just a ton of lower leg and stifle, you really like the sheep that's going to be second. At the same time, she's a notch off in terms of her loin, and in motion, I think because she's a nickel shorter hipped, she's just more tentative and kind of quicker and shorter stepping in how she uses her hind leg. I think that sheep does a lot of things right. I just wish she coupled it with maybe a better look and better skeleton from the side, but a nice sheep to go ahead and stand second. Ewe lamb that's going to be third grew on me as the class progressed. I think that one is pretty good in terms of her body shape and big hipped. She's just a nickel frailer, and her hind leg assembly needs to be tweaked. Young man's ewe coming in next, similar to the one directly in front of him. Big chested, really round in terms of her body shape. Nickel lower in the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to just give her a shot better look from the side. Sheep coming in next is one I think handles really well. Pretty good just in terms of her rack and loin. At the same time, she's a little flatter there at about the base of her rib and gets shallower back into her flank. Young lady's ewe coming in next is one super long and really extended, pretty elevated about her front end as well. At the same time, it kind of works to her disadvantage. She's narrower, just out of her hip, and kind of funnels to the surface. Sheep on down the line all just needed to have a shot more muscle, but a really nice class, an interesting pair up top. Congratulations to these young people.
We're going to get those lambs all reorganized to bring your first and second purples in to make our overall commercial breeding ewe lamb selection. But here's your results coming out of Class F. Red ribbon winners: Meg Hofschneider from the Centennial FFA, Sydney Skalski from the Burwell FFA. Okay, I guess they're going to go right into the yearling class instead. So entering the ring now will be your yearlings. Other red ribbon winners include Regina Pennant from the Cambridge FFA, Morgan Menke from the Stewart FFA. Blue ribbon winners include William Skibinski from the Ord FFA, Kimber Scalso from the Meriden FFA, Keegan Kirshner from the Sutherland FFA, Elena Fangmeyer from the Thayer Central FFA. Second purple goes to Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA, and first purple, congratulations to Kelsey McCaffrey from the Crete FFA. So in the ring now will be your yearlings.
Nice pair of yearling ewes that surfaced in this class pretty quickly. I go ahead and land on the young lady there, kind of out in the center. She brings this one probably just a notch higher presented, as well as just gives you a better look from the side. Really a powerful kind of ewe to go ahead and be second. Good in terms of her body shape and pretty stout hipped. Just a notch frailer comparatively, and a notch deeper chested as well. A pair of hair sheep that round out the class, I think, have some strengths in relation to their breed. Just ran into a tough race against these blackface ewes. Let's give these kids a round of applause as we wrap up our commercials.
Now we're going to bring in all our first and second purples from all the lamb classes and our yearling class to make the selection of our division, or excuse me, our overall for the ewes. Here's your results out of your yearling class. Blue ribbon winners include Jaylee Kramer from the Adams Central FFA. Also, Jaylee Kramer from Adams Central FFA. P2 goes to Vera Veras from the Thayer Central FFA. And then our first purple, congratulations to Ellie Janning from the Fillmore Central FFA.
a lot of quality in our commercial show, and I think we get the class winners and their respective seconds back out here, and each of them kind of come to contention. There's a trio of them in my mind that kind of surface amongst the rest, and one in particular, I think our champion is one that maybe just combines things to a higher degree and takes things to the next level in terms of feature and especially look from the side. Let's congratulate our commercial exhibitors with a round of applause, and I'll get you a champion and a reserve.
Congratulations, your division winner coming out of Class B goes to Taylor Lautenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA, and your reserve is Cassini Crow from the Centennial FFA. We have one more class to bring in. As we look at our commercial breeding rams, after this class, they'll get everybody organized to bring in for our supreme champion of the Nebraska State Fair. Entering there now will be our commercial breeding ram lambs, please.
Four nice rams that I think these young ladies bring us all very contrasting, if you will. Land on the young lady here to my far right pretty quickly. I think just in terms of combining some look and especially some mass and dimension from behind, he does that pretty well. The sheep that's going to be second, one's really stout, really big hipped, and pretty good in terms of his body shape. Comes in a nickel shorter and more compact package, and that's why his hind leg needs altered just a skosh. Sheep in third and fourth, I think, are very different. The sheep in third, I think, just has just a bit more mass, specifically in terms of his specifically in terms of roundness of body, as well as maybe a notch better look and more balanced look from the side. Young lady that rounds out the class brings us a ram really progressive from his chest back into his flank, a notch plainer looking and a nickel frailer. Four nice sheep. My hat's off to all those gals.
And congratulations in your commercial breeding lamb class. Blue ribbon winners, Jessica Capon from the Bayard FFA, Regina Penner from the Cambridge FFA, Purple 2 goes to Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA in your division reserve. And Morgan Menke, congratulations from the Stewart FFA, will be your division grand champion. And stick around, folks, because we are getting the youth and their sheep organized here as we're going to start bringing in for the Supreme Drive for both our ewes and our rams for the FFA Breeding Sheep Show here at the Nebraska State Fair. Bringing in the ring right now is all of your champions from the breeding show this morning here at the Nebraska State Fair, representing the all other breeds. You, Caleb Z from the Westhold FFA.
Oh, I didn't even write the commercial. It is. I don't know who the. It's Taylor.
In the commercial class, Taylor Lautenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA. In the Dorset U, Emma Heller from the Wisner Pilger FFA. The Hamp U was Kelsey McCaffrey from the Crete FFA. Southdown U, Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA. From the reserve, all other breeds, Mallory Tuma from the Loop City FFA. Cassini Crow from the Centennial FFA from the commercial class. Your Dorset U Reserve champion, Arabella Rolfsmeyer from the Shelton FFA. In the Hampshire Reserve, Taryn Sudek from the Bishop Newen FFA. And for the Southdown Reserve, will be Spencer Jesbrand from the Wilcox-Hildreth FFA.
A nice use show that we've had this morning, and I think all of these breed champions and reserve breed champions definitely represent the value that we found in their breed. I'll be up front with you though. There's 3 of them, and they tell me I'm supposed to pick 3, but there's 3 of them that really I think take things to the next level and are just more my kind, specifically in their look from the side and their skeleton. They're the sheep that come with just a bit more and take things to a higher level everywhere you study them. I think a really nice use show and an especially good top 3 that we'll find. My hat's off to all these young people. Let's congratulate them with a round of applause, and I'll get you a top 3.
So congratulations, your Hampshire ewe will be your overall supreme champion of the Nebraska State Fair. Kelsey McCaffrey from the Crete FFA, your reserve overall comes out of the commercial U class, and Taylor Lutenschlager from the Donovan Trumbull FFA. We're going to move on to our Rams now entering the ring. All other breeds Ram champion Lynn Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA. Your commercial Ram was exhibited by Morgan Menke from the Stewart FFA. Your Dorset Ram, Arabelle Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA. Hampshire Ram is Joey Hoffmanitis from the Freeman FFA. And your Southdown Ram was exhibited by Brinley McNeil from the Blue Hill FFA. All other breeds, Ram Reserve champion. Then your commercial Ram Reserve champion, Lauren Richards from the Shickley. From the Freeman FFA, and your South Down side of our show today.
Maybe not the same numbers in our Ram show, but I still think the exhibitors brought us a fair amount of quality. I think there's a pair of them that need to stay together just with regards to just having a masculine look and coupling more power, probably with a better skeleton. Two commercials will be a champion and reserve. Young lady with the Dorset there will be third overall.
And congratulations, your overall commercial Ram will be your champion. Morgan Menke from the Stewart FFA, and your commercial Ram Reserve, Lauren Richards from Shickley FFA. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 11 o'clock with the Market Lamb Show. Again, back at 11 o'clock with Market Lambs. Getting underway with the again our FFA Sheep Showmanship Nebraska Livestock Markets Association, Tread Central, and also Spencer and Kate Cook. Over to the breeding sheep sponsors. Thank you to Nebraska Livestock Market Association, Farmers Cooperative, NAEA, Victoria Armstrong, Burmis FFA, Fairbury FFA, Aurora Cooperative, Loop City FFA, St. Paul FFA, Oakland Craig FFA, Nebraska Sheep and Goat Producers, and Crosser Incorporated. Those are your breeding sheep sponsors. And as we get ready to get underway with our first class of market lambs, thank you to our FFA market sheep sponsors. St. Paul FFA, Ryan and Kristen Hassebrook, Tread Central, Aurora Cooperative, Ord FFA, Medicine Valley FFA, Nebraska Livestock Markets Association, and Farmers Cooperative. Thank you for your continued sponsorship and support of the FFA Market Sheep Show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 5 Points Bank Arena and the Nebraska Farm Bureau Show Ring as we get underway with our FFA Market Lamb Show. One note, the Supreme Champion will be selected this afternoon at 3:30. That is going to happen in the arena right behind me where the beef are showing. As soon as we get the go-ahead, we're going to get underway with our first class of crossbred market lambs.
It's not the 5 Points Arena. It's the.
It's 5 Points Bank Arena.
But it's a Nebraska farm. You said.
Nebraska Farm Bureau Show Ring.
Oh.
And that's only till the end of this year. Then the contract is up, and 5 Points Bank Arena wants the whole thing. They don't want Farm Bureau to have
A show ring.
the show ring too.
That's stupid.
I know, and Farm Bureau is very, very proud to be a part of that show ring.
Greedy people.
Want to make them pay more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway now with our FFA Market Lamb Show here at the Nebraska State Fair. Entering the ring is Class 1 of lightweight lambs. These lambs will weigh from 98 up to 121 pounds. Again, this is lightweight, class number 1.
Goodness gracious. Interesting class as we begin our market show here. One thing I know for certain is from the very get go, the sheep right here needs to win. Little Paramount sheep is one that is just so good looking from the side. Really a stout one. He's right in terms of his body shape. He's more attractive and just proportional everywhere you study him compared to the sheep that's going to be second. He wins and wins for fun amongst this group of contemporaries. Congratulations to you. Sheep that's going to stand second. Kind of just a combination of things of the sheep remaining. I'm the most comfortable with him. Plainer looking kind of sheep compared to our class winner, specifically about his chest and then just body shape. But that sheep is rounder, and even though he's not as good looking as our class winner, he is better looking and better built than the sheep that's going to stand third. Just a meat and potatoes kind of sheep, if we're being honest, to go ahead and be second. Blue U in third is one pretty big chested, big hipped. She handles really well. She's a little straight hawk, drops her chest in motion. Sheep in four, get them stuck, and one that you kind of like, tall fronted, really elevated up front. At the same time, need to fix his hind leg. Upper hand, big-footed one that hits you with some feature. At the same time, just drier, especially back into his flank. We just need to soften him up everywhere you study him, but like his shape, like his feature. Same story for this little blue weather, really shapely, super dynamic just in terms of his progression of width, really big racked, just a little too short and compact for me, specifically out of his hip. Sheep on down the line just need to have a shot more look and muscle. Interesting class, a real good class winner. Congrats to these kids.
We're ready to bring in lightweight class number 2. These lambs away from 124 to 131. Here's your results of lightweight class number 1. Red ribbon winners include Emma Steinkruger from the Minden FFA, Kelly Carmen from the Shelton FFA, Gavin Root from the Central City FFA, Kipton Schindler from the Ord FFA. Blue ribbon winners are Kimber Schushnall from the Meriden FFA, Addie Donaldson from the Boone Central FFA, Alexander Clark from the Wilcox Hill FFA, Mason Roberts from the Sutherland FFA, and Elena Fangmeyer from the Thayer Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners are Mason Stoddard from the Blair FFA. Second purple to Arabelle Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA, and congratulations out of class number 1. Your first purple goes to Jordan Muscle of the Wilbur Claytonia FFA. Get in the ring now is lightweight class number 2.
a nice class and an especially good pair of sheep on this top end. And 3/4 view is where I go ahead and land on the young man's weather to win. I think that sheep is probably just a notch bolder in terms of his full rib. He's better just in his rack and loin especially. Sheep's bigger, especially in his upper hip. I like that sheep quite a bit. Maybe some things you want to tweak. He's kind of long, if you will, like a rib too long. And I think if you shortened him up, it'd help his look from the side. But that sheep's still balanced, and I think there's just more of him to go ahead and start. Sheep in second is an intriguing one. Really good looking, super big footed. I think if you step kind of to this angle right here, maybe he's just not as opened up, especially underneath. He tapers out of his dock and gets flatter there about his lower leg. But I think that's an interesting kind of sheep that still has quite a bit of future in him. Congratulations to you. Sheep in third is different than the top two. Arguably, maybe the roundest bodied one. Really good touch in about his rack. Wants to break ever so slightly in his loin, but that's a big hipped sheep that's just got a lot of power. Hits you just to nickel course and kind of piecey from the side, especially compared to that first and second. Sheep coming in next, one that's got quite a bit of power. I like this sheep just in terms of his progression from chest to flank. He's just kind of deeper and flatter, if you will. Hits you a notch plainer because of that. I wish you could just kind of open him up specifically underneath. Sheep trio, actually, blue sheep coming in next. I thought we're pretty close. Just some skeleton things that I am more comfortable with. The young lady here right in front of me. Sheep on down the line just need to have a shot more muscle and look. A nice class for our second class of market lambs.
And congratulations to our lightweight class number 2 exhibitors. Red ribbon winners will include Samuel Sutchin from the Hershey FFA, Lily Harschnauer from the Hemingford FFA, Parker Wolohoski from the Overton FFA, Lily Harschnauer from the Hemingford FFA, and Alex Meyer from the Elm Creek FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Daphne Janluchka from the Lee FFA, Mateo Roberts from the Maywood FFA, Emily Olson from the Randolph FFA, and Ella Crumless from the Sandy Creek FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Callie Collins from the Northwest FFA. Purple 2 is Jordan Mussel from the Wilbur Claytonia FFA, and congratulations to Kyle Riak from the Wisner Pilger FFA, your Purple 1 out of Class 2. Entering the ring now is our final lightweight class. This is lightweight class number 3, weighing from 132 to 138. After this class, we'll bring back our purple 1s and 2s to select our division champion. Just a side note, your overall Supreme Champion Market Lamb and the same with the Market Goats will take place this afternoon at 3:30 during the final drive in the beef ring. We'll be starting the Market Goat show here momentarily. On the goat side of the ring, we welcome you back to the 5 Points Bank Arena and the Nebraska Farm Bureau show ring as we are about to get underway with our Nebraska FFA Goat Show. Of course, we welcome back Cody Redford from Blackbrook, Virginia, where his family raised and exhibited Seastock Angus and Galvay cattle, club lambs, and weather-type goats. He attended Butler Community College for his associate's degree, then Texas Tech University for his BS degree, and completed his master's in animal science at Iowa State University. He was a member of the livestock judging team at both Butler and Texas Tech and served as the assistant livestock judging coach while working on his master's at Iowa State. Currently, he is a PhD candidate at the University of Missouri with an anticipated graduation of December of this year. While at Mizzou, his research has focused on developmental programming, specifically the impacts of late gestational nutrient restrictions on prenatal and postnatal offspring nutrient utilization in beef cattle. Colby, we welcome you back to the ring as you get underway to judge the goat show for us today. A big shout out and thank you to our FFA Market Goat sponsors. Centura FFA alumni, Went Show Goats, Alicia Went, Farmers Cooperative, Hampton FFA, Burwell FFA, and the Nebraska FFA alumni and supporters. All right, we are underway with the Market Goat Show now. This is lightweight class 1. These goats weigh from 49 to 63 and a half pounds. As we continue on the sheep side with lightweight class number 3, weighing from 132 to 138. After this class selection, we'll bring back our purple 1s and 2s for the selection of your division, reserve, and grand. We're just checking to make sure you guys can hear me on both sides of the arena. And I'm getting thumbs up, so thank you.
Lots of different things to see here in this class, and I'll just be upfront. There's not a sheep that I necessarily just love, and so I kind of land on a combination of things, and that's where I side with the young lady here to my right. I think just compared to the sheep that we have out here, that one's tremendous just in terms of his body shape and handle. That's the stoutest sheep by quite some margin. Really big hipped, and he has a ton of just lower leg and stifle. He's proportional, even though he's not the most elevated and neatest looking one. That sheep balances. Wish he could change him in his loin. Really just a combination of things that make me go ahead and start him. Congratulations to you. The sheep in second's one that I wish would wanted to get out and walk. I think that might have helped him a little bit. I think comparatively is one that maybe is a notch taller shouldered and comes in a bit bigger of a package. But at the same time, that sheep, when you step in three-quarter view, is a little bit flatter about the base of his rib. He's not. It's just overwhelming in terms of the amount of muscle and shape that he has. I wish you could change him there. But a big-footed kind of sheep that come to second pretty quickly. The ewe lamb in third's one that I like, especially when she entered the ring. She gives you a good first impression because her body shape's right and she's got some muscle and she's really good in terms of her lower body balance. At the same time, that sheep's a little soft. I wish we could freshen her up and maybe lengthen out her hip and level it just a bit. That helped the way she uses her hind leg. Sheep coming in next is one. He too is pretty big racked and big loined, big hipped as well. Gives you just a notch plainer look from the side. Wish you could change him back into his flank. Sheep wants to suck back on the girl as well. Sheep on down the line, the next three, I guess, really heavy muscled ones, handled pretty well, big hipped, just a notch too short necked, low fronted, and plain looking for me. And then the sheep that round out our class here, extended, elevated kind of sheep that we've got to give just more bulk and mass. Nice class, interesting one to work through.
We'll be bringing back our first and second purples now for the selection of your lightweight class division winner. Here's your results on a lightweight class number 3. Red ribbon winners, Ella Crumbless from the Sandy Creek FFA, Kipton Schreidler from the Ord FFA, Kaylee Carmen from the Shelton FFA, and Colt Laker from the Deschler FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Elizabeth Skavinsky from the Ord FFA, Emily Olson from Randolph FFA, Katie Groth from the West Point FFA, Cora Hofschneider from the Centennial FFA, and Mason Stoddard from the Blair FFA. Second purple goes to Taylor Teachin from the Thayer Central FFA, and congratulations to Cassini Crow from the Centennial FFA, your first purple out of lightweight class number 3.
A nice first division for our Market Lamb show, and I think we started off really well. I think all of these class winners do some things right. There's 2 of them that are different than the rest, as I kind of mentioned in the last class. That class winner out of class 3, really stout and proportional, probably just not elevated and good enough looking for me from the side, and that's where I think the class winners in 1 and 2 kind of have the upper hand. In my opinion, no, there's one that needs to win and does so pretty easily. Young lady out of the first First class will be your champion. Second class will be reserve.
And congratulations on the sheep side of the ring. Your division winner will come out of class number 1, exhibited by Jordan Musso from the Wilbur Claytonia FFA. And your reserve comes out of class number 2 in the lightweights, Kyle Riak from the Wisner Pilger FFA. They will be competing in the Supreme Final Drive taking place this afternoon at 3:30. In the ring now will be middleweight sheep that weigh from 139 to 141. Now over on the goat side, your results of lightweight class number 1. Blue ribbon winners include Anselmo Gilman from the Waverly FFA, Colby Hartman from Adams Central FFA, Maya Matalka from Central FFA, Carter Wander from Syracuse Dunbar Avoca FFA. Purple ribbon winners, Haley Finn from the Twin River FFA, Nolan Hasenkamp from the West Point FFA, and Elena Fangmeyer from the Thayer Central FFA. Second purple goes out to Ashley Zaney of the Norfolk FFA. And first purple out of lightweight class number 1, exhibited by Adeline Crockett from the Bruning Davenport FFA. The lightweight market goats that you are seeing in the ring, this is class number 2. These goats will weigh from 65 to 69 pounds.
Awfully nice class winner that we have over here in the sheep ring, and one that I just love from the side. She's dead level, her body shape's right. That sheep is fresh and in motion, I think is where she's the best one. I like her quite a bit. My compliments to you, young man. Sheep in 2 and 3 are really different, and really it's in motion and from the side where I do land on the young man here. I think he brings us arguably the tallest fronted sheep. That sheep runs uphill. He's level. He just doesn't have just the same just bulk and mass that we find in that ewe lamb that wins. But that sheep still is kind of deceivingly stout. I didn't expect him to have such a big pin set because he's so good looking from the side. A nice sheep that ran into a tough race. Sheep coming in next. Rear 2/3. I like a great deal. Big racked, big loin, handles really well. No doubt has more just in terms of lower leg and stifle compared to that sheep in second. He's rounder and just coarser in the build of his shoulder. I don't like just the way he utilizes his front end as well, but a nice heavy muscled, really dynamic kind of market lamb to go ahead and stand third. Same could be said about the sheep coming in next. Really a tight-hided, fresh one that's been fed well, good just in terms of his handle. Set him in motion though, kind of the shorter neck sheep wants to drop his chest just a skosh. He's straighter about his hock and doesn't utilize his rear skeleton as well. Ewe lamb coming in next. Fresh one, good in her body shape, little shallower back into her flank, and probably doesn't give you just as captivating as a look from the side because of that, but a good sheep in her own right that's got some muscle and dimension, just some aesthetic things from the side where I think she kind of falls out of sorts. Sheep coming in next. Wide-chested one, opened up, especially underneath, and really big hipped. Notch plainer looking, kind of wants to roll his hock just a skosh. Sheep on down the line. We've just got to stouten them up, but an awfully nice class, a really good class winner. Congratulations to these kids.
Entering the ring now on the sheep side is your middleweight class 2, weighing from 142 to 145. And on the goat side, this is class number 3. This is your final lightweight class, where after this class will make the selection of your division winner. And these goats weigh from 70 to 75.5 pounds. Your results of middleweight class 1 for the sheep. Red ribbon winners: Alex Meyer from the Elm Creek FFA, Emma Steinkruger from the Minden FFA, Caitlin Kirchhoff from EMF FFA. Blue ribbon winners are Emma Heller from the Wisner Pilger FFA, Claire Ramey from the Stewart FFA, and Addie Donaldson from Boone Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Kaylee Gock from the Loop City FFA. Second purple to Ashley Robinson of the Wallace FFA. And congratulations, first purple on a middleweight class 1 is Keegan Kirschner from the Sutherland FFA. Now over to the goat side, lightweight class 2 results. Blue ribbon winners are Peyton Hartman from the Adams Central FFA, Cash Davis from Hyannis FFA, Macklin Samuel Gilman from the Waverly FFA, and to Colby Hartman from the Adams Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners are Mia Carey from the West Holt FFA, Colt Laker from the Deschler FFA, Burke Settles from Central FFA. Second purple is to Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. And first purple, congratulations on a lightweight class 2, William Seth from Bishop Newman FFA.
kind of an interesting class to navigate through here, if you will, and I'll just tell you my thoughts. I think the easiest thing and the most logical thing in my mind to do is go ahead and start the young man here directly in front of me. I think that sheep just gives you a really good first impression, and for being honest, he's good in his body shape and just the roundness of body that he has. I like that. Sheep's big hipped and comes with some extra feature and just muscle and bulk. He's wider chested and definitely bigger footed than the sheep that's going to be second. I like that sheep. Congratulations to you. I think the sheep in 2 and 3 are actually close in motion. I like this guy the best out of anything out here. Love the way his spine sets in him and how he uses his hind leg. He hits you just a nickel more fragile. If we're being honest, he's a little frailer. He's not as opened up and just round-bodied as our class winner, but I think in terms of look from the side and definitely skeleton, sheep's got to be second. Sheep in third is one that rivals the second place because he too is elevated, really good in his front end assembly. He's not as probably shallow chested as what you might think from the side of the ring. He's a nickel off in terms of his loin, and I wish we could change his hind leg. He takes pretty quick and choppy steps, but that sheep's fresh and he handles well. He wants to funnel ever so slightly to the surface as well. I like just the dimension and spread that you find in the sheep coming in next. Really big racked and super big loin. That sheep too wants to creep up in his spine, drop his chest floor just a bit in motion. That's why his hind leg camps underneath him. He gives you just a notch plainer look, but a heavy muscled sheep that spans with an awful lot of mass. Kind of same story for the sheep coming in next. Really wide chested and super opened up underneath. He's arguably the biggest racked and biggest loin thing out here. Hit you a nickel piecey though, and for sure notch planer from the side correlates to just the extra depth that he has. I like the handle and just progression of width found in this weather here. Really good touching, especially like him from the 3/4 view. He's deep chested to me, pushed forward there in his breastplate, and then wants to roll his hocks just a bit. Kind of shorter hipped as well. Ewe coming in next. I like her a great deal, and I wish that she was fresher because she could definitely work up the line. She's just a nickel soft, but that sheep's body shape's right. She's got some width and just dimension and a proportional look. We just got to freshen her up and clean her up front. Sheep on down the line, bigger scaled kind of sheep that's got some extra extension and just stature. They've got to have more muscle for me. An awfully nice class. My compliments to all these kids.
Here's your results. Your lightweight market class 3 is there in the selection for your division champion. Blue ribbon winners goes to Ashley Robinson from Wallace FFA. Kelsey Luby from the Seward FFA. Addison Howarder from the Cozad FFA. Cash Parrish from the Heartland FFA. And Caitlin Rizak from the Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Arabelle Rolfschmeyer from the Shelton FFA. Ashley Saney from the Norfolk FFA, and Matea Roberts from the Maywood FFA. Second purple was exhibited by Ethan Hagenkamp from the Arlington FFA, and first purple, Logan Bierman from the Wisner Pilger FFA. Entering the ring on the sheep side will be middleweight class number 3. They will weigh from 146 to 150. Your Division 1 for the Market Goats. Out of the lightweight class, congratulations to Seth Williams from the Bishop Newman FFA. And reserve goes to Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. Again, just like with the sheep, goats, the final drive will take place at 3:30 this afternoon in the beef show ring. Entering the ring now is our middleweight class number 1. These goats weigh from 76 up to 80 pounds. And when you see exhibitor 1311, a big happy birthday goes out to Cash Parrish. Great way to spend your birthday in the show ring here at the Nebraska State Fair. Happy birthday, Cash. Your results of middleweight class number 2. On the sheep side, red ribbon winners are Sam Setchen from the Hershey FFA, Seth Wirt from the Central City FFA, Alexander Client from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA. Will be your first purple going to Brock Markson of the Clarkson FFA. Other ribbon winners include for red ribbon, Gavin Root from the Central City FFA. Blue ribbon winner includes Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA, Jalen Clement from the Central FFA, and Brock Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA. Purple ribbon winners, Mallory Tuma from the Loop City FFA, Kyle Riak from the Wisner Pilger FFA. Second purple goes to Paige Tetchen from the Thayer Central FFA. And again, congratulations, first purple out of middleweight class 2, exhibited by Brock Markson of the Clarkson FFA.
maybe we found just a bit more depth of quality here in this class on the sheep side of things. And I'll land on the young man's weather here. I think one that gives you a really good first impression that sheep's good in his body shape, really big hipped, and compared to the sheep that's going to be second, he's more attractive and ideal in how he uses his hind leg. That sheep is the best handling and the freshest touching one out here. Congratulations to you. Like the sheep that's going to stand second, I think when the young lady gets him stuck, that sheep runs uphill. He's good in terms of his rack. He's not as fresh hided as our class winner. Really, the difference for me was is he kind of wants to funnel. They're going right away from you to the base of his skeleton and uses his hind leg just a bit more awkward in his movement. Sheep coming in next, a nice kind of a market lamb. Big chested, really dynamic in his progression of width and really fresh. For really for about good in his body shape and big hipped. That sheep too is a little shorter hipped and round, gives you a notch plainer look from the side. The exhibitors that round out our class here bring the sheep just a bit larger, just a bit larger of them, just a shot more muscle. Congratulations to all these young people. pretty good division that we've had here in this middle division, and I think we found really 3 nice sheep out of each of the classes, and even a couple of those seconds I'm pretty favorable of. I do think it gets pretty close between a pair of them, definitely at different phases just in their life, different size sheep, but they do a lot of things right. I think it's splitting hairs between the two because I think that there's some strengths and weaknesses of each. Really competitive division. I'm awfully fond of the champion in reserve. My hat's off to these kids. I'll get you two.
All right, time to catch you up on some results. Congratulations. Representing the middleweight class in this afternoon's final drive will be Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA. And your reserve for the division is Keegan Kirshner from the Sutherland FFA. Entering the ring now is our first class of heavyweight sheep. They weigh from 151 to 156. On the goat side in the ring now will be your middleweight class 2, weighing from 81 to 85 and a half pounds. Your results of middleweight class 1 on the goats. Blue ribbon winners include Mesa Jones from the Ansley FFA, Aaliyah Negley from the Gothenburg FFA, and Cash Parrish, the birthday boy, from the Heartland FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Barons Baylor from the Wilbur Kytonia FFA, Jace Allen from the Scotts Bluff FFA, and Claire Gangwish from the Kearney FFA. Second purple also goes to Claire Gangwish from the Kearney FFA, and first purple is to Burke Settles from the Central FFA.
Just a solid pair of sheep that surface amongst this group, and the young lady to my right is going to go ahead and win. I think when you compare these two out front, the sheep's just better in terms of the base of his chest and the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. That becomes more evident as the sheep circle. Sheep's really good handling. He's big racked and big loined, and probably just stays more collected in motion to give you just a more attractive look. All in all, congratulations to you. Kind of more an aesthetic thing. That sheep's leg wool on his back legs kind of interesting. Or it sounds silly, but I wish it went all the way just to his. We just need to fix his leg wool on his back legs. Kind of aesthetic. I don't know. Sounds silly. But anyway, sheep here, really big chested, pretty good in terms of his body shape. He's got a lot of just dimension. He's a notch planer. He's deeper there at the base of his chest. And that kind of comes in motion. It comes more evident in motion. Need to fix his hind leg as well. Just doesn't hit you as hard as the class winner here. Really good looking sheep. It's going to stand third. Tall fronted, elevated. Like this guy from the side, just in terms of how level he is. He's not as opened up as the sheep in 1 and 2. He's flatter there about the bases of his rib and just doesn't have as more specifically from behind. Kind of same story for the sheep coming in next. The sheep's really long bodied. If anything, just a nickel rib too long. Wants to roll his hock just a bit when you set him in motion, but a good handling one that's got a neat kind of a look. Sheep next, really wide-chested one, opened up and pretty big hipped, little off in his loin and a notch planer. The blue weather that the young man has here, really one that's good in terms of his forerib and midrib, kind of off in his loin, tapers out there through his dock, just a skosh, nickel planer as well from the side. Sheep on down the line, I think all have some value, maybe just a notch too soft and carrying too much condition for me at times, and then a shot more muscle in some other areas. A nice class, though. My compliments to all these young people.
On the goat side of the ring, we are looking right now at middleweight class number 3. They are weighing from 86 up to 93 pounds. Set to enter the ring on the sheep side will be heavyweight class number 2, weighing from 157 to 161. Your results first on the goat side from middleweight class number 2. Blue ribbon winners will include Abby Negley from the Gothenburg FFA, Jesse Johnson from the Bloomfield FFA, Caitlin Rizak from the Central FFA, Leighton Dillon from the Central City FFA, and Aiden Schindler from the Harlington Newcastle FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Ethan Heinkamp from the Arlington FFA, Hadley Picorni from the Wheeler Central FFA, and Leighton Dillon from the Central City FFA. Second purple exhibited by Cammie Held of the Lee FFA, and first purple, congratulations, out of middleweight class number 2 is Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. Now to the sheep side in heavyweight class 1. Red ribbon winners include Lindley Schwartzendruber from the Schickley FFA, Jake Hofschneider from the Centennial FFA, Cameron Woden from the Bishop Newman FFA, and Mia French from the Wayne FFA. Blue ribbon winners, Sydney Skalski from the Burwell FFA, Emma Steinkruger from the Minden FFA, Lindley Schwartzendruber from the Schickley FFA, Haley Dowding from the Palmyra FFA, Paige Williams from the Meade FFA, and Brent Colton from, we do not have his FFA chapter listed, our apologies. Purple ribbon winners will include Mahan Jones from the Nebraska Ag Academy. I was just told that Colton is from the Pender FFA. Second purple goes to Clara Ramey from the Stewart FFA, and congratulations out of heavyweight class 1, Allison Vavracek from the Schuyler Central FFA.
got big parts. He just doesn't put them all together. Set him in motion. He gets a little too peaked right in here behind his shoulder. He's a little narrower in his loin. Closes up when he goes away from me. And I just like to see them all blend together better. He's kind of a long neck, a big belly, and a cool hind leg, but everything just doesn't quite piece together right. Need more muscle, more topside shape in that calf, and he can be the one that it is. This next steer here has got more strength to his top line. He's a smooth-maned steer. He's well finished. He's a steer that can be a little bigger in his time, and maybe not just the true genuineness of width through his chest floor, and then when he goes away from you right here, it gets just a little base narrow. The gold calf's got a little more muscle shape than this steer right ahead of him. He's a little bigger top, he's a little bigger out of his hip. He's a steer that to me can be a little plain. He not only is a little plainer headed, he twists his front feet out, and then I've redesigned a little off of his hind leg as well. But I thought he was just a fundamental carcass steer to be coming next in the line. From a distance, I like this steer a lot. He's really neat up to his head, his neck. He's clean chested, he's level with his lines, and he kind of looks stout. To me, he's a little too tight in his forerib, a little tight off of his hind leg, and then I just didn't know if he had the true muscularity of a couple of them ones right ahead of him. Again, it's loose enough structurally is the big thing. Then we'll get into a big old stout, powerful calf here. It's modern, a little coarser, a little plainer. Then we'll round out the group with an Indian alongside the steer that's trim. That needs just to be intensified in terms of bone, muscle, body, everything there. But these are sure got some benefit of. Congratulations to everybody.
We get underway with our middleweight class show here at the Nebraska State Fair, our FFA Market Show. Results coming out of middleweight class 1, losing class awarded to Mason Gertis, Central FFA, Ashley Neighbor, Blue Central FFA, Wyatt Giger of Red Cloud FFA, Haley Setlick representing the Ord FFA chapter. Purple in class awarded to Emily Hackle, Diamond Tremble FFA. Second place purple in class goes to West Point FFA chapter member Ava Varna. And first place purple, congratulations to Robert Rochster of the Skyler FFA chapter. Now showing the Nebraska Farm Bureau show ring, FFA middleweight class 2 market steers.
Just a blue sheep. It's pretty hard to pick a hole in. Is going to go ahead and win this class. I think the young man does a nice job showing one that's pretty good in terms of his body shape, pretty big hipped. I think compared to the sheep that's going to be second, he's better in terms of his lower body balance and deeper there back into his flank. Maybe just not the neatest looking one in the world, but everything still fits. That sheep is proportional. He handles well, and he's pretty good in motion. Sheep that's going to stand second, rib longer, if you will. And if anything, that might be kind of what alludes to give him a look that he's just a little shallower back into his flank. Sheep can give you a PC look at times, but comparatively, I do think that he's leveler out of his hip. He uses his hind leg just a notch better and hits you just a notch squarer and leveler compared to this blue sheep that's going to be third. Really a fresh, good handling one that the young lady has here in third. White-chested sheep has a ton just in terms of lower leg and stifle. I like that. At the same time, that sheep's a little shorter out of his hip. He's rounder as well. Wants to kind of push the bounds of the skeleton just a bit for me, specifically going away. Good sheep, though, to go ahead and be third. Sheep that's going to be fourth grew on me as the class progressed, if we're being honest. I think the young man does a nice job of showing one that wants to get a little lazy in his top line at times. That sheep wants to break in his loin and kind of pop up there in terms of his dock. At the same time, that's a good handling one. We just need to fix him some aesthetic things from the side. Really a wide skeleton sheep that the young lady's showing here. Super good in terms of just his broadness of chest and just how wide he is. He comes a bit piecey, if you will, breaks just a bit in terms of his loin, and that sheep's starting to maybe show some age up front, especially there about his breastplate and his head. Same could be said about the young man's weather here. Big-footed one that's pretty good handling, and I like just the look that he gives you from a three-quarter view because he's got so much in terms of his lower leg. That's a really deep, twisted sheep. But if you really study him, he's flatter about the base of his rib and doesn't span with just the crisp, square shape that we find in those sheep ahead. Sheep 2 is a little mature up front. Sheep coming in next, one that you probably like from this standpoint right here. Big chested, big racked, and big loined. Set him in motion, though, and that's where I kind of get critical. Got some extra set to his hock and wants to camp up underneath himself just a bit. Sheep on down the line. I think these kiddos are doing a nice job with some sheep that we just need to freshen up and give just a bit more just bulk and mass in some areas. Awfully nice class. My hat's off to these kids. Let's put our hands together for them, if you would.
Okay, well, this is an interesting class here, and I'm going to talk through it with you here. This kind of neat colored calf here looks like he came in here in the class, and he does
Congratulations coming out of your middleweight class on the goat side. Your division winner is Burke Suttles from the Central FFA, and your reserve will come out of middleweight class number 2, exhibited by Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. Moving on to our heavyweights now on the goat side. Heavyweight class 1 weighs from 95 to 98 pounds. And we're on the final heavyweight class for the sheep, weighing from 162 to 187.
Young lady brings us a weather that gives you a really good first impression. Sheep kind of has a natural prance to him, and that's why in motion I like him the best. That sheep's really good just in terms of his build and the way he's assembled. That's why also that he gives you such a captivating look from the side. Good handling kind of a sheep that's wide-chested, got plenty enough muscle. My compliments to you. Sheep that's going to stand second is really similar to our class winner. That sheep runs uphill. His front end assembly is right. He's not as bold in terms of his forerib and midrib. He just doesn't have just the kind of bulk and mass specifically out of his hip that we find in that class winner. Maybe wants to funnel just a bit to the surface, but the young man does a nice job of getting that one stuck. Congratulations to you. Really a powerful kind of a sheep that the young lady is showing in third. Big chested, super dynamic in terms of his progression of width. That sheep's starting to show his age, and that becomes evident in motion. Wants to drop his chest just a bit. His hind leg is a little rigid, if you will. Sheep next, really similar to the one directly ahead of him. Big-footed kind of a sheep that handles pretty good. Little off in terms of his loin, and mainly just some aesthetic things from the side that I'd like to tweak to give him a shot nicer look. I think the young lady here setting the foot here brings this one that really shows well. A sheep drives uphill. He's level. His chest is up in him, and his neck comes out high. Sheep's a little frailer and forfeits some just in terms of muscle. That's where I'd fix him, but you two do a nice job of getting that one stuck. The kiddos that round out our class here, I think all did an excellent job. Just need to freshen these sheep up. We got some sheep that just have a little extra cover on them, and I need to give them some more muscle in some areas. Nice class as we wrap up our Market Lamb show. For lack of better words, kind of a thought-provoking division that we had here in the heavies. And I think as we navigated through each class, we get some sheep. They don't all look the same, and that's okay. I did think that in their respective classes, they put together just the most good, even though that sounds a little mundane. I think we get them back out here for our champion and reserve heavy, and there's one that does a nice job in terms of just look from the side and probably heats things up a notch in that standpoint. It gets a little closer for reserve in my mind and really splitting hairs between a couple of them. And for me, there's just one that's just more my kind in terms of the way he's assembled. Let's congratulate these heavyweight exhibitors, and I'll get you two.
Congratulations for the final drive coming up later this afternoon at 3:30, representing the heavyweights. Will be out of your class number 3, exhibited by Kelsey McCaffrey of the Crete FFA. Your reserve represented in the final drive will come out of class number 2, Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA. We have 2 more Market Lamb classes left to go. This is coming in your Market Lamb purebred. They'll weigh from 121 to 169. Here's your results out of heavyweight 1 on the Market Goats. Blue ribbon winners will include McKenna Shea from Westholt FFA, Faith Urwiller from Laurel Concord FFA, Levi Finn from Twin River FFA, Elena Cutlers from Central FFA, McKenna Shea from Westholt FFA, and Tver Veras from Thayer Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners, Addison Lemke from Freeman FFA, Sebastian De La Cruz from Lakeview FFA, and Jace Allen from Scotts Bluff FFA. Second purple is to Cammie Hell from the Lee FFA, and first purple, Avery Blair from Morrill Mitchell FFA.
Everything reads athletic. As soon as he walks in the ring, about this sheep here directly in front of me, whether it's his roundness of body or how attractive his hip and hind leg is, I think that's a really good one. Maybe you'd like to change him and his front end just a bit, but I think he just outhorses the rest in terms of mass and dimension, and definitely look from the side. A sheep that's going to stand second is a good handling one, good in terms of his rack shape and as fresh as anything out here. The difference is he's a little shorter hipped, wants to kind of break and wrinkle there in his loin, if you will, a looser hided kind of a sheep, and maybe that takes away from his aesthetic look from the side, and maybe just doesn't come with the extra look that we find in our class winner, but shapely, expressive sheep that's really good handling and heavy muscled. From there, I think it gets interesting in these 4 sheep over here. Go ahead and land on the young lady's ewe lamb right here. I think comparatively, she is just more elevated there in terms of her chest and is a bit more youthful compared to the sheep that's going to follow her. Maybe a nickel softer to the touch, though, and wants to get straighter about her hock. Sheep coming in next, progressive from chest to flank, and I like just his center body. At the same time, a little softer handling, deeper there about his breastplate, and need to tweak him structurally. Pair of sheep that round out our class here, kind of cut from the same mold, if you will, just a little softer to the touch, and need to freshen them up a great deal. Really good class, an excellent class winner up top. Congratulations to these kids.
And again, to recap and congratulations to our division champions coming out of the middleweight classes here at the Nebraska State Fair in our FFA Market Steer Show. Reserve champion exhibited by Kate Stratman of the West Point FFA chapter, and your champion middleweight coming out of the same class, middleweight class 3, exhibited by Reagan Alps of the Shickley FFA chapter. Congratulations, Reagan and Kate. Up next, we'll move into our heavyweight class 1 here at the Nebraska Farm Bureau Show Arena. Class 1 heavyweights now exhibiting. And as we load the arena here for our show today, I want to give a special thanks to all the folks behind the scenes making this show possible. Our beef team, FFA Livestock Superintendent Ryan Hassebrook, FFA Beef Superintendents Bruce and Tracy Hassebrook, our ring stewards, really the chief steward of today, Brent Nelms, and his trusty co-pilot, Ryan Colson. Our officials, Hannah Groth and Tracy Hassebrook, helping us out there. One of the best ring guys we know here, Blake Hassebrook, doing a great job cleaning up here in the ring today. Check in Katie Alexander and a host of others. If you could give them a round of applause here for their work, and our judge will go back to work here on this class.
Here's your results of your purebred market lamb class. Blue ribbon winners include Micaiah De La Cruz from Lakeview FFA, Sydney Skolsky from Burwell FFA, Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA, and Kasha Elber from the Blue Hill FFA. Purple 2 and your division reserve is to Seth Wirt from the Central City FFA. First Purple Division Grand. Heading on to the final drive will be Dylan Russman from the Pender FFA. Over on the goat side with heavyweight class number 2. Blue ribbon winners include Chloe Cutlers from the Central FFA, Faith Erwiller from Laurel Concord FFA, Addison Vavracek from the Schuyler Central FFA, Abby Negley from Gothenburg FFA, Mahia Jones from the Nebraska Ag Academy, and Sebastian De La Cruz from the Lakeview FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Avery Blair from Morrill Mitchell FFA. Second purple is to Shelby Carr from the Alliance FFA, and first purple to Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy. In the ring now is heavyweight class number 3 on the goats. They are weighing from 102 up to 120. And our final class of lambs is market lamb whiteface influence, weighing from 107 to 155.
I've certainly enjoyed working through your sheep this morning, and think we end with a really strong class, and an especially strong class winner here, proportional one that gives you such a good look from the side. Maybe doesn't like to walk as much as some, but that sheep's skeleton reads right. He's good in terms of the way his spine lays in him. Really a good handling one. Young man does a nice job. Closer between 2 and 3, if we're being honest, and the ewe-lamb, I think, just gives you a better look and a stronger first impression, if you will. She's better, specifically just in terms of her spine. Wish she was deeper back there into her flank. She just gets out-horsed by the class winner and forfeits so much in terms of power. But a good-looking sheep that can give you a nice look. Little sheep that's going to be third, wide-chested one. Handles really good, and he's got a ton just in terms of lower leg and stifle. Maybe just hit you a notch plainer from the get-go, but he is progressive there, back from his chest, back into his flank. Just need to give him a shot nicer look and reconstruct his hind leg. Sheep coming in next, kind of an earlier maturing one, little shorter necked. At the same time, that sheep's stout and he's got some product and dimension. Sheep that rounds out our class here, young man's doing an excellent job of showing one that's pretty flexible. Just need to give him a shot more muscle. Thanks for letting me short your sheep show today. Let's give these last set of kiddos a round of applause as they exit.
And congratulations. In our White Face Market Lamb Influence, blue ribbon winners include Colton Carman from the Shelton FFA, L.A. Janney from the Fillmore Central FFA, Daphne Jelichka from the Lee FFA. Purple 2 goes to Elizabeth Skabinski of the Ord FFA and your Division Reserve. And Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA will be your Purple 1 Division Grand. Stick around, folks. Coming up at 3:30, we will see who is going to win this Market Lamb class, with a Supreme Drive taking place over in the beef ring again at 3:30. And this one's decided he wants to stick around and show off a little bit more here at the Nebraska State Fair, though his owner has second thoughts.